Hello! It's Suki here. I'm playing the MSQ in Final Fantasy XIV back in Shadowbringers right now. On and all. And I'm in patch 5.5. Hopefully you can hear me alright. Let me know if you can't hear me. Alright, start now. Under the breach. LSA is waiting patiently for the return of a certain scions, or return of certain scions, not least of all you. Good news! Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Ah, welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to LSA, Graha, and her. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could, Alpno said. Elsie says, as you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried, Thancred says. And I did try, repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Raban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Y'shtola says, then mayhap you would do the same for us? Thancred says, indeed. It was just as Lise said. Worse, in fact, devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the third, however, were notable in their absence. Alpno says, might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Thancred says, perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. Thancred says, you see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it. Also says, transform it? Into what? Thancred says, that is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold. Like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of Aether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yeah, as unnerving as an edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. Alphino says, if Fandaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Alphino continues, whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Thancred says, well, be sure to save some for Urianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Alphino says, then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. Thancred says, no, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. Ishtal says, in that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Cryle. We need not all attack. Alphino says, very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Alright, I needed to turn the background music down a little bit, I'm sure. Alright. So speak with Urianger in the Alamigan court. Let's head on over there. Hello. How you doing? Oh, that's right. I don't have flight out here. I have been remiss in getting my flight in areas. So I'm gonna have to walk. Or at least ride my motorbike. Oh, there we go. That'll help. Alright, let's talk to Urianger. Urianger says, my friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. Graha says, as are we to see you safely returned from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome? Somebody that's not on screen says, well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. It's him. Arnvald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. Ehrenfeld says, and who's to say that this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Alphino says, well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged. As you are well aware. Alphino says, and may I remind you that we Elysian are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auronx such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Brion just says, aye, 'twas not till my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Mombrita towered over me nonetheless. Alice says, Ehrenfeld brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. Alphino says, so what exactly brings you here? Ehrenfeld says, oh, for Dola mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, all right? Alphino says, if Fordola is going with him, that must mean... Alphino says, my apologies. As Ehrenfeld rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Arnbold says, now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolver and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Paglthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, Ray. It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphino for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. on us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. Ah, I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
All right, off we go. Alphino is keen to track down Estinian. I wonder why. So, Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. Alright, so to Ishgard. Off I go. And there's Alphino. Alphino says, all present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Alice says, since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, the squares, markets, and whatnot. You two can delve into the nooks and crannies. Alphino says, very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later with or without Estinian. Good luck. Alphino says, I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Lucia may well have heard news of our friend's return. Hey, Gleep, teach you how to play. I think you've learned pretty well. Can you hear me all right? Alright, so, congregation. Awesome, cool. Let's talk to Lucia. Lucia says good evening to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Emmerich sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alameda, so I gather you've not come in search of him. To what then do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Emmerich, only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Alright, to the landing. That's around the corner from the Astros. There they are. Alisei and Graha.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Uh-oh. Oh, dear Lord.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
No.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged?
Oh boy.
Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
It's your worst nightmare, Estinian. That's what's going on.
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alizé shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
Well, that's what he said.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again.
Wise man.
What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
What'll I say? Perhaps he sees them as the brothers he never had? Or I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them? Or, well, you can't keep them all to yourself forever. I think he's learned to talk with them rather than at them.
I wouldn't be so sure. He still loves nothing better than the sound of his own voice.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azis La.
Azis La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azis La, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azis La together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
Alright, so we're in Azis La now. Talk to Alphino. Alphino says, it's been quite some time since last I set foot in Azis La, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit. Grass says, alas, not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Alice says, well then, she's the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. And what'll I say? Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Allegan Empire, or let's just say it helped that Midgard Sorma was there to introduce me, or just say nothing. Even now, she remains a prisoner of the Allegan Empire. Alice says, ever since the end of the war with Mericidia, yes. To have been held captive for so long. That's tragic. Estinian says, I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragon Song War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. Estinian says, quote, "My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago." But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now. Alphino says, "I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut." Estinian says, "Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her." Alright, let's talk to Estinian again. Estinian's ready to lead the way to Tiamat. Tiamat awaits. This way. Alright, let's head on over there. There she is in all of her glory. Poor thing, bound. Oh. Alright. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Ah, that my sins would be repeated. I sensed not the faintest of stirrings. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The icon claimed their souls when first he manifested and robbed them of their will. They became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation.
Us and I die by now.
Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness.
Ten es an est in. Est I an kin antum u est I. Ines. Tu in aisto now.
Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentations see the perpetrators punished.
Snosk anta in Dramon.
What wouldst thou have of me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Engi!
Santalan infan antosk. Goes lent on.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice.
Ale u esk an in. Ale cum ac in.
Recall, mortals, that it was I who first did summon my beloved, praying with all of my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Es snoska dramon kin. Nestra in. Illes I. Nesh an. Ada.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer. He'll tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price.
Unmik. Nalstra ul an. Antal an. Smon. Tahi an.
But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Usk she's in.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Sahaan, Seth Sol, Kin Bahamut,
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest.
An Sumon, Na An Inles, Snaloles Dish An, Na Ala An Ul An Sin An, Stan In.
When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. I was so excited about this because I've always felt so sad for Tiamat being confined here. Alright, let's talk to G'raha. G'raha says, while pork seeds have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Alcé says, then, before we go ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? G'raha says, why yes, we can. We can indeed. The Allagans kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. Alphino says, we shall leave it to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. Estinian says, I know Alphino and the Warrior Light here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you are ready to see this through? G'raha says, rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star, though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. Stinian says, I gather you are not as young as you look. G'raha says, mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. Estinian says, and be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. G'raha says, I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand then. G'raha says, I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the Flagship. Alphino says, ah yes, we're familiar with it. The Aetherochemical Research Facility in particular. G'raha says, oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. LSA says, which you just happen to be carrying around with you. Graha says, I suppose that could seem rather odd, but remember, or to explain, Rambaros, Urianger, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. And so, I keep one of them at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try, at least. Alphina says, agreed. We'll take good care of it. Alphino says, to the flagship, then. All right, to the flagship indeed. Time to fly. There we go. Talk to Alphino. Alphino says, let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Melodious node. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. That one wasn't it. Guess I'll go up top. Here's another node. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. No. So there should be one more. There it is. Glamorous node. Blip bloop. Warning, scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in minus 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Okay. Let's go find Alphino. Where are you, short stack? Back over here. Alphino says, I am afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did. A node which smelled like burnt hair? Yes, a chirping node which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints, or I found a way to activate mechanical sentries, if that's any help. Let's go with the restraints one. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. Alphino says, but then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the node of which Graha spoke. And it was chirping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. Yeah, really. Alright, let's go back to the one that was chirping. There it is. Blip! Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? Blip bloop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanism may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Alphino says, or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps? Field trial spirit vessel. One never knows when a small portion of royal Elgin blood might come in handy, which is why Grahatia keeps this vessel about his person. Alright, let's use it. Blip! New user detected. Commencing biometric authorization, or authentication. Bloop! Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Will I use my own name, Alphino, or Estinian? I'll use my own. Bloop! Welcome! You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Blip bloop error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen Tiamat. The system update is required. Alphino says, a system update? What do you suppose it's asking of us? What am I gonna say? I could hazard a guess, or smash it to pieces! I almost want to say smash it to pieces, but let's make a guess. Estinian says, well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. The restraint node says, user agitation detected, initiating guidance program. Bloop! In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. Estinian says, so, can this thing release the restraints or not? Alphino says it can, but only once it's received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Estinian says, until which time it'll float here spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected, initiating placation protocols. Bloop! I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. Alphino says, how gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. It's an elegant clippy. Wow, I'm dating myself with that. Alright, so for vengeance. The restrainment node stands poised to lend a hand, figuratively speaking. Bloop. Guiding user to terminal this way, please. Oh, that's not it. And this is why we have the walking platform. So I am utterly freaking lost. Not up. So over here somewhere, but down. There we go. Alphino says, let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask what version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Blip bloop. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update, 5 years, 1 day. Hammer's looking better and better. Alphino says, that is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options, for instance, using this terminal to operate the restraints instead? Bloop, the proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Alphino says, well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Estinian says, don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we've made progress. Alphino says, I'd say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I'm ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may have use of it yet. Or may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Graha once this is over. Estinian says, just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there's something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? What'll I say? Enemy or no, I want to understand him, or I will try yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him, or certainly, after I've wiped that smile off his face. Certainly after I've wiped the smile off his face. He's an annoying little twat after all. Estinian says, I'd rather put my lance through his heart and be done with it. You know, really, I kind of agree there, Estinian. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. Alphino says, you think us unwise to be viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view the compassion as a weakness, to be exploited. And there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So save your mercy for those who deserve it. Estinian says, well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Alright, now to go talk to Alice. So, back to where Tiamat is. Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of stone with him. I take it from Alphino's absence that he's needed elsewhere? Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to Nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of aether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning, I'll need all the aether I can get. Thank you in advance. Graha says, although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Estinian says, Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Elsie says, now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints ethereal dampers. LSA says, I'm counting on you, Angelo. That's a lot to put on that little piggy. Tiamat says, ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alec? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Graha says, could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. She trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. So what'll I say? Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians, or tell me of your war with the men of Alec? Tell me of Bahamut. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for eternity, but alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alec first came unto Mericidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees, surrounded by nature's bounty. Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Graha says, fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlayan scholar Rurusha. She posits that men first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era, correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Alice says, again, Angelo. Tiamat says, when first the children of man arrived at our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship arrived upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, a man fought man. Blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Aleg slew my beloved, and I, in my raged sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. Alice says, but your tale doesn't have to end there. When you're free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Estinian says, fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Elsa says, thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Graha says, keep going, Alice. The magic is working. Alright. Well, I knew it wasn't going to be easy. No patient can have me no patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I'm only... Check, please. Let's start over. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of aether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us, Graha says, when I say that you may take as much as you require. Elsa says, careful. I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go. Tiny pig butt. Go bacon bits. Angela.
No. I'm almost there. This is it, Angelo!
Es ließ an. Mich es die.
Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip grows weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in this manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allegan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children.
Slåss an all folket an. Slåss seth som in an.
Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace.
Offer 10. More old. One Lis an. Do old an.
Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
She's in an
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement I rise.
By the gods!
Majestic.
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest amount of settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Hi-ho, Tiamat, away! Let's talk to Graha again. Graha says, while I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle, 'twould be wiser to gather the full strength of the scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Talk to Graha again. With Lunar Bahamut bound for Pagalthan, Graha Tia is determined to call upon the aid of your fellow scions. Graha says, I have already sent word to the others. We'll rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. Talking to Thancred. Thancred says, now I know some of you do with a rest, or could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say that Telophori have other plans. Poglethan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Arupin at their head. Ooh. Well, Alphino says, now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It's good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Alphino, Your Grace! Nanamo says, Marshal Tarpon had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Poglethan. Yet, even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested. For we face not only the might of the Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Alsace's Tiamat's children. Nanamo says, fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Y'shtolis' strength. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it's incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. Alsace says, if that's true, anyone could fight him. And the Warrior Light and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better. Assuming, that is, that you're ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you're able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces, Nanamo says. Till next time we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. Y'shtolis says, it was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Thancred says, well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget, Arnveld and Fordola are in Poglethan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Alphino says, indeed. To the airship, then. Alright, so speak with the Immortal Flames pilot at the Airship Landing in Ul'dah. Alright, let's go up to the Airship Landing. We'll use the Aetherite to get there easier. Airship Landing. There we go. Alright, there he is. Greetings! We've been expecting you, the pilot says. But say the word, and we shall depart for Pogglethon at once. Pogglethon now accessible. Alright. Gleep, you coming with? Alright. Can't say I haven't asked him. Oh wow, I never upgraded this gear at all. Oh well, it should be fine. Alright. Queuing us up. Let's go. Athian vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. Damn right. Woo, Sorella's in a bathing suit. He means business. Lightning Kitty. All right.
What took you so long? The Amalj are in trouble. Let's split up.
No, you don't.
I will call to my children. Okay. Yeah, I can wait it. For waffles. I jumped in a little too close there. Alrighty then. Do this. Mama died. Or not. Always mix that up the first time through. Thankfully, Sorella had my back. ABC, but Netcaster does no DPS. Bleep, limit break! Oh yeah! Maybe should have told you to do that just a little sooner, sorry. Yeah, you tried. I should have said something a little sooner, but hey. Thank you for helping with that. You know, I was gonna, but yeah, Gleep was playing a melee DPS, so it should go to her first. It says, Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. Yeah, we got through it, that's all that matters. By your deeds we are set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken unto the lies of the Asians. This I vow. You did great, Gleep, and thankfully Sorella saved my butt when I went to the wrong side for that one part there.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds, shall we honor their sacrifice?
Oh, what to say. You would make peace with Ulda, then? We would be proud to call you our allies. Then let us put the past behind us. Oh. We've already been calling them allies. But, we'll say that.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
Smug cred looking smug over there.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Sometime earlier, inside the Pagelfan Tower, creepiness.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Alright. Onward we go. Self-no say. While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we've received word of Arnveld's safe return. Alright. Okay, now I can enter it with a trust, if I wanted to. Gonna disband the party. Thank you for helping, Gleep. Thanks, Rory. And we'll talk to Alphino again when the dust settles. Alphino is minded to share his account of the events that unfolded in Pogglethon with the Sultana. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave Scions. Yep, that's all for the dungeon. Nanimo says, would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the Fronticery. Okay. Your Grace, whatever is the matter. As our troops withdrew from Pogglethon, they came upon the 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh yeah, there'll be more. Alphino says, oh no! Alphino goes, I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. Thancred says, can you tell us of Arnvald's condition, Your Grace, the wounded scout? Nanimo says, not save that is grave. The surgeons tend to him even as we speak. Alcé says the infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only be underfoot. So, you two, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. Alright, see you later, Gleep. Estinian says, very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see to the relevant, that the relevant people know what took place in Pogglethon. So Estinian and I are going to go to the infirmary. Estinian says, come on then. Just a few more quests before I wrap up the Shadowbringers here. Alright, let's go to the infirmary. Alright, let's see, where's the exit to this joint? I always get lost up in here. There's the attendant. Hardly ever go to the airship landing, so easy to get turned around. We'll go to an Aetherite and then go to the Alchemist Guild through that. There we go. Oh boy, Fordola's just standing here. Bet she's pissed. Let's see if she says anything. Instead of standing there gawping, why don't you tell your friend to stop whining like an underfed dog? People are fighting for their lives in there. Yeah, she's trying to act like a hard ass. She's worried. Alright, so the surgeon. Another one to come to see the lad in silver armor? Master Dalamont is attending to him as we speak, if you would be so kind as to wait. Alphino says, what did Master Dalamont say? Tell me his exact words. What do I say? Enough, Alphino. This isn't helping, or let the surgeons do their work. Let them do their work. Alphino says, but... You're right, forgive me. Sigh. When we said our farewells to our Arenvald, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
Life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Oof. Alright, let's talk to Alphino. Alphino says, I know, there's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Flame Herald says, ahem, Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the fragrant chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? Alphino says, we will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
Oh, what'll I say? You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace, or the Grand Companies, Your Grace. Is that wise? You only need to tell me where they are.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right, so that's 5.5 concluded, I believe. Or just about. LSA says, right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we're returning to the Rising Stones. Okay, so we're headed towards that then. LSA says, and that includes you, Alphino. Arnveld is in good hands here. Alphino says, of course. He would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. Thingard says, if all are in agreement then, I shall let Kryl know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. Alphino says, it would be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Tancred says, yes, I'll try asking him. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Tancred says, our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryl in particular has a few matters she's keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Estinian says, fine. Alphino says, really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Aldacian woman. Estinian says, if I refused, she'd only pursue me. Estinian says, let's get this over with, shall we? Alright, back to the Rising Stones we go! Two more donuts!
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophroi stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
He's not wrong. I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Ooh. That day in the Crystarium, or near the end of the Dragonstar War? That day in the Crystarium. No. Yeah. Yeah, that day in the Crystarium.
When Elidibus sought to make warriors of light, that was the voice which calls constantly to all who might hear it. I spoke of direct communication, when Hydaelyn communed solely with you. A far rarer occurrence.
Ooh, good point.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
Stinky Butt has joined the party.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace...
Well... does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or... could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the sea! seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Oh my. Alright, Tataru says, well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that there ever seem to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, than you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future. But for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you, it's the least I can do to support the scions who risk life and limb, like poor Arenveld. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles, now would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Alright, now we get into 5.55. The company we keep. Alice can tell you are itching to take the fight to the Telophoroi. Ah, Lithengal, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you came hoping for tidings from Kryl, I'm afraid we're still waiting. But we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says, Tataru says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place. But the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hoary Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks about the beast tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Ulda's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging, Alice says. But with the Telophoroi still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Alright, Resistance Herald says, begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. Welcome back, Glee. Elsa says, "Ah, you're just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda?" Harold says, "I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Talafaroi in concert with our new allies. The Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they'll join us in the fight against our common foe." Y'shtola says, "So the Alliance would bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expeditious one. Or expedient one. Words! Expedient one, considering the threat we face." "Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions, too, are present, all of Eorzea will be represented." Alphino says, "To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. We inform the Alliance we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay." The Herald says, "Then I will bear your answer thither, and with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace." Tancred says, "Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend?" Alphino says, "I move that you and Y'shtola lead our contingent. Given how long you've worked to end summoning, it's only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment." Tancred says, "I think we all played our part in this little endeavor, don't you?" "Yeah." Urianger says, "All present may rightly claim a seat. I do quite agree, but by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts." Estonian says, "I'm not coming either. Emmerich will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated." Tancred says, "Very well then. While those with a mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo, shall we?" Hi-ho, to Alamigo we go. Where I still can't fly. Though I'll probably try after I got that Aether Current earlier. Ooh! Ixian's up. Alright, let's talk to this guard. Guard says, "We've been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in?" Nice, Gleep. Well done. And now I can walk. I'll have to take time sometime and make sure I get the Aether Currents in some of these spots. Hey, Sally.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
I'll figure it out later, Glebe. No worries.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
I like the way you think, Admiral.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
Quite the motley crew.
I beg your pardon?
I nominate that one Sally, after she's had a long day of teaching.
What is it, Soulwalker? Do you not express your passion thus?
Okay, maybe not.
A little tricky will have deals, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We, Sahagin, will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Yeah, that one's a little too, drooly and mush-mouthed, I agree. But that "argh" was definitely like when you have a bad merge.
Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
Yeah.
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, The Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Okay, so what do we call it? The Grand Company of Eorzea? Which, if I remember right, is what Alphino called his endeavor. Or should I say, I would call it, one moment, please. Let's give Alphino some cheer. Give it the name he gave his.
But that's the name I...
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
I mean, it's possible. He is down an arm, though. You're talking about Raban there, Sally. Oof.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Alright. You know what? I want to pet the cat boy. He's such a good boy. What's he gonna say? Forgive me for observing, but Alphino seems less than jubilant. Might his thoughts still be occupied by the fate of poor Ardenval? Possibly. But anyways, let's talk to him. Well, Graha is best cat boy. He deserves the pets. Alphino says, well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you'll forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the peoples of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet, even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, the sacrifices that would be made, and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step. A first of many. Many and more? Tancred says, Elder Seedseer, how might we be of service? Kanisena says, I seek Master Alphino's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade. The better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Alphino says communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so. It is our hope that we may make use of the Sylph's established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet, there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. Tancred says, an armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. Kanisena says, the Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. Alphino sighs. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Kanisena says, mayhap I ask too much of you. Alphino says, not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it's worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. Kanisena says, you have my gratitude, Master Alphino, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telophoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Alphino says, before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? What'll I say? As if you have to ask, or I can't think of an excuse not to, so yes? As if you have to ask. Alphino says, thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'm tripping on my own tongue today. Alise says, I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning. Ishtal says, then mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say, we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. Alphino says, we should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. Alright, let's talk to Alise. Alise says, so, what's the plan, brother mine? Alphino says, before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after the fateful day in Alda, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might be later referred to, or it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why? After the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? Alse says, I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new Grand Company together? And that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested? Alphino says, that's my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandon the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I'll give it a try, says Alise. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept faith. Alphino says, a fine suggestion. Have care, however, certain of my former comrades are questionable character. Keep your wits about you, and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. Alphino says, if you have no objections, I've a mind to begin by speaking with Royal and Elaine. I cannot say that name. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing in Castrum Orient. Let us seek them out there. And we'll just teleport. It's getting hot in this house. One moment. It's got that feeling like weather's coming. Oh. Oh yeah, there's weather coming, alright. Eesh. There we go. There's the person we need to talk to. Rial. And Aliani. Alright, let's talk to this guy. Rial says, well, look who it is, and what brings you two here. Wouldn't you have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? Alphino says, in a manner of speaking, I have been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. Rel says, so, you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. Alianne says, as Rial will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back on those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hoped to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I'm able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me, own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions had something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong to protect the weak, that was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mistress Tataru, we've all of us something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. Alphino says, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Alphino says, forgive me. Could you? What'll I say? Give us your thoughts on the Crystal Braves, or why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? I'm not going to say anything about failure. So, give us the thoughts. Burrell says, well, it's found in ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a desperate band, and, well, I will never forgive Ilberd. The fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts, so Alianne says. Rel says, just a pity he's doing it for all the wrong reasons. Eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. Alphino says, I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Alphino is keen to hear what Alice and Grahati have learned from the Braves who turned their back on the cause. Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. To Gridania! Lancers Guild. And there's LSI. Alsay says, thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without very great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. Alphino says, I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you, Alphino says. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. To the shroud! Peace away. Frixio says, ah, welcome, Brave One, and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see walking ones again so soon after the meeting. What'll I say? It's been a while since we last spoke. Or should this one perform the customary dance of greeting, or just say nothing? I'm gonna ask if they want me to dance. Frixo says, no, be at ease. It's true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned one Connie Senna said that walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Slilflands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. Graha says, that's heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophoroi. Frixio says, these ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one? And in quite a hurry, it seems. Alphino says, Alice, you must come quickly. Alice says, whatever's the matter, Alphino, don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting. Alphino says, what? No, a Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlayan has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. Graha says, an envoy? Could it be that Kryle has managed to sway the Forum? Alphino says, we shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Olisei says, really? I can see why they might want scions to be present, but us specifically? Wait. It isn't who I think it is. It is. I should scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Fortunat Liviere. Their father. Graha says, "Your father? Well now. The fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be a surprise enough, but him?" Alphino says, "Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously." Elsie says, "That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it?" Graha says, "It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being?" Elsie says, "Perhaps, but he's always been reluctant to discuss his work with us." Alphino says, "Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here." Elder Frixio, loath though I am to cut our visit short, I must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Frixio says, "Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from more urgent matters. Go." Alphino says, "The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits even now. Let us be on our way." Alright, we're gonna go see the twins' father. Back to Gridania. And the Conjurer's Guild. Alright, Silent Conjurer. Silent Conjurer says, "Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seedseer and your friends are waiting within." Alright, here we go. This place is so pretty. Isn't it gorgeous? Oh god, they're all looking at me. Ah! All other than Alisaie. Alright, Kanisena says, "My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Foshnot's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kryle's permission to request Charlayan aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of the reply may be, we shall soon discover." Aw, Gleep. Alright, here we go. That's the father showing up.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortunat Liviere, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortunat, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
Oh no.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Oh, what am I gonna say? Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall? To ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save is not wisdom, it's indolence, or it's in your power to save us, refuse, and you condemn us all. to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What? He's disowning them?
What?
Father.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alizé!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
I really want to slap their dad. What an asshat. Elsa says, so that's what he came here to say? That's that we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Terophylloi? And as for the rest, like it or not, Alphino says, this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. Anicena says, to have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master Fourcheneau who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Terophylloi without their aid. Graha says, forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? Pearl says, has Master Fourcheneau arrived yet? This is via link, Pearl. Pearl says, then it is as I feared. My efforts are in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was most unnerving. Graha says, could it be that they're hiding something from us that might go some way to explain Master Fourcheneau's performance? Graha says, when he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? Pearl says, that I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Terophylloi as they claim. Pearl continues, if the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? Pearl continues, I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Alphino says, obstructed at every turn. Prowl says, so, it would seem. But don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife's edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. What am I gonna say? I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan, please do, or when there are... well, there are one or two things to take care of here first. I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan. Prowl says, and so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Kanisena says, your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it's possible the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid. It falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Alphino says, even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fall? If we fail? Alright. Quest complete. Kanisena has something to say. Death unto Dawn. This means this is the final quest for the expansion. Not just for this, well, also for the, post quests that I'm in. Kanisena seems determined to start over again. Kanisena seems determined not to let the disappointment of the Sharlayan's rejection distract her from the task at hand. While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There's much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Oh, somebody else. Grave tidings, walking ones. Grave tidings. Kanisena says, calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? Self-emissary says, these ones who went to see feathered ones and send terrible news, destroying ones, have appeared at Zelphatal. Destroying ones and captured ones, and even frightful, godly ones. Feathered ones don't stand a chance, and were sent flapping and squawking. Alice says, when did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Self-emissary says, too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. Alphino says west. That'd be Corthus. Keeper of the Entwined Serpent says, my lady, the Ishgardians report that the Telophoroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Corthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartno Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Kanisena says, tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Alphino says, well, mayhap it's a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartno. Self-emissary says, wait! This one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling, robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Graha says, Fandaniel? Sounds like Fandaniel to me. LSA says, who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. Kanisena says, I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartno. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing in haste. Alphino says, at once, my lady, let us away. Alright, speak with Alphino outside the Carline Canopy. Alright, let's head back out. Alright, let's talk to Alphino. Alphino says, it would seem Fordola here has come all the way from Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Fordola says, aye, and it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Okay, miss. Pushy, pushy, pushy. Girl got issues.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Word's coming back to haunt him.
Only because you're sitting down? Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in.
And the important thing is he's still alive.
But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
What am I gonna say? We carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too. Or we'll be sure to give your regards to the Tloforoi. Or some things may be changed, but the adventure isn't over. Some things may be changed, but the adventure isn't over.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be.
Alfino's done a lot of growing up.
To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Really would have liked to have seen another fist bump.
Wave and smile.
Really would have liked to have seen another fist bump from those two.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains?
Fordola with the real facts.
Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Attaboy. Alright. What's LSA got to say? You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of your Alphino's jaw, it seems to have done him some good. LSA says, Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amjala and Kobold forces are also bound for Cartno as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should be going. Upon joining the battle in Cartno, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Recommended you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. Progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event you're defeated, you'll be able to try again from the most recent of these. Note that if you enter battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. Okay. Let's do it. I don't remember this. So hopefully I can pull it off. I mean, I vaguely remember it, but yeah.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Alright, here we go. Time to get it done. Wolfray are sweeping across Cartno. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. Thus far, the movements of the Lunar Primal have proven difficult to predict. Whatever the Telophores' plans may be, the Primals are our primary targets. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long. Oh boy.
Prepare yourself.
Let's give it our all.
Hold fast, friend.
Alright, we're gonna go west with Estinian. As the Scions spread out across the field, Alice and Graha take the fight to the Telophoroi. Alright, I'm playing as Alice apparently. Won't be carrying anyone at this rate. We'll have to incapacitate them first.
Allow me.
They're too tempered to treat on the battlefield.
just the beginning.
Right behind you.
It seems we've earned a moment's respite. Then let us take the opportunity to cure the temper. How do I do that? Ah, there we go. Alright, have a nice nap, sleep. I'll be done here soon for the day. Hey, look, a floating fuckwhip. Fandaniel. Same. Same name. It's same name. Right? They're synonymous. Michelle says, do you see that? Elsie says, the glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? Mishtala says, listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartno. But now that I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like the pillars of the Azim Steppe, only greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of aether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. Urianger says that he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Lunar Odin. Ooh! And I'm playing as Urianger. What the?
shall protect thee.
Mitre.
May the 12 guide you. Away with you!
The best defense is a good defense!
Oh no, did I get him in time? Woo! Whew! In the nick of time. Meanwhile, Grahati and Alice prepare to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. Oh, and now I'm gonna play as Graha. Oh dear. Must be Ravana, a formidable opponent for all accounts. Alright. Well, here's hoping I get this. Oh, I didn't heal the confluence. Oof! Alright, let's try that again. And I'm gonna go easy mode because I don't care. I've done it before the right way. I'm doing this as just a playthrough. We'll do it easy mode. Oh! Okay. This is about story, not bragging rights or nothing. Alright, so let's do it. I gotta remember to heal that confluence, so focus target. we go with that. At the self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Estinian, resolved to lay Lunar Ifrit low. Okay. Alright.
You're finished!
Fight on!
That was poor timing for my, Embolden.
Nidhogg! Roar! I have you now!
Be outdone!
Alright, moving on.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Glory be to Garlemald.
Oh no, that guy's tempered.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can.
Somewhere beyond help. Oops. Didn't mean to skip that voice line.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker. But I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
One battle at a time we'll get there, to the very end. Well, you've come this far. Well, you've come this far.
It really must count for something.
Oh yeah. Roll credits. Moon is right. I'll try not to have my next Final Fantasy stream be 4 months after this. It will be the beginning of Endwalker. I'll break it up for the main story, for the base story, over several streams, I'm sure. Hopefully several this month, so that this character will be up to date, and you'll be up to date if you're watching the stream, with where the new content's coming later this month. And if I get that all done before the new content comes, then I will play through the new stuff for a stream on my main character rather than on this alt, so you'll be seeing my roguing. So here's hoping that I will find the hours in the day to get that done. Shall I keep rolling credits or go ahead and skip them? Because this could take a while. Alright, let's go ahead and finish this off, having skipped that. Talk to Americ. Americ says, I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. Dankert says, you have thought of everything, Lord Americ, and may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you finally found a place to settle down. Justinian says, merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Emmerich says, returning to more serious matters, while the Terophoroi have been driven from Cartno, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Terophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. Ishtala says, a sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. Tankard says, that we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. Emmerich says, I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rely. Emmerich says, on behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. I look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you need assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. Alphino says, I confess, I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely. Vital as they plainly are to the Telofori's plans, if we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet, in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Alcé says, yes. Alright, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least... Raha says, Charlene. Raha says, according to Krau, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, there remains a matter of speculation. And one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunate's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. Orianji says, the matter beareth further investigation. I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Charlene hath ever been a wellspring of aetherological knowledge. Estinian says, I care not where we go, here or there, my lance is at the ready. Thancred says, and what of you? Might you be persuaded to join us? What'll I say? Plot a course for Charlene? If it means I can have words with that Fortunaut, or an island of bookworms and bureaucrats, have we no other choice? I want to have words with Fortunaut. I want to slap him. Alcé says, only after I do. If he and his friends in the Forum think we'll leave them alone if they ignore us, they're in for a shock. Ishtala says, it appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Kryle to secure necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I'd like to investigate. Thancred says, does it involve tall structures? Ishtala says, by strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. And done. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital, Zeno's got a scythe.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
That shit weasel.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes. And with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Anna!
Everything all right back there?
Oh, it's half left. Moon. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, and gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what... I missed the end of it. But anyways, you saw it. Alright, so I'm gonna end it here because this is where Endwalker will begin. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.